All right, good evening, everyone. We are here for game two of this over 60s Masters USA Cricket Tournament. This is your very own Dr. Nikhil Bhatt doing commentary here for this second game of this over 60s. I mean, just amazing to see over the age of 60 the passion in all these players who are playing this tournament. Masters Cricket USA over 60s. And the two teams, Knights and Supreme, those are the two teams who are playing this game. Supreme versus Knights. Supreme won the toss and elected to bat, and that's the lineup. You can see the players who are going to play this match. Janak Patel, the captain, some good players, renowned players. Shafiq Khan there, and the other team, of course, it's Bharat Patel, the captain, who's basically leading the other team. So that's what we are here for. This is the over 60 2025 Nationals happening in Dallas, the beautiful Grand Prairie Stadium. The first ball of the match coming up. It will be Shrikant Satya who will be coming right arm over. There is one slip in place, and the two openers for the batting team, they are Shailesh and Sakib. First ball of the match here. Satya coming right arm over. Angled into the right-handed batter. He tries to play it on the leg side. It's gone towards mid-on. For and well. That's in the end a good stop. They were thinking of a run over there, but in the end it's a dot ball to start. So intent pretty much clear from Shailesh. Like I mentioned, Supreme won the toss. They decided to bat. So the first ball of the match is a dot ball here. It's a 40 over game, and Shrikant Satya continuing here. Right arm over. Shailesh on strike. Taken on the full, played on the leg side. Straight to the fielder. So missed out on that one, I would say. It was a full toss on his pads. And in the end, it's a couple of dot balls over here. So two dot balls. And basically, take a look at that. The replay of the first ball of the match. The batter was way in. This is well bowled. This is the third ball angled into the right-handed batter, and it's played on the leg side. Again, three dot ball. So this time it was a good length, not the full toss that we saw on the previous ball. So Satya getting into rhythm over here for his team and for himself. There is one slip in place. It is Shailesh on strike, still to get off the mark. This is again angled in, and he tries to play it on the leg side. He's got a leading edge. It's gone towards point, and it's a dropped catch. Well. That could have been the first wicket here for Satya. That was beautifully bowled, angled into the right-handed batter. Tried to play it on the leg side, getting a leading edge. A simple catch on the offside in the point region, and it's dropped. So a lucky escape over there for Shailesh. We can see Satya getting the ball into the right-handed batter. Take a look at the replay. This one angled in, tried to play on the leg side, leading edge, simple catch towards point, but dropped. So he gets a life. Well, that's the next ball. It's going towards the boundary, and it is 4 runs in the end, just touching the rope. We'll take a look at the replay, but those are the first runs of the match. And let's take a look at the replay. This ball, a glorious shot. This time played on the offside over the circle, and it's gone towards the extra cover boundary for 4. So Shailesh making good use of that life. Look at the replay. The fielder tried to stop the ball, got his leg onto it, but probably the ball rolled over the rope for 4. So that's the first boundary of the match, the beautiful Grand Prairie Stadium. And the umpire signals it as a boundary. Believe it's Jatin Karavir, one of the best umpires in Masters Cricket USA. He's one of the two umpires for this game. So 4 runs on the board, and Shailesh gets his first boundary and the first boundary of the match. Final ball of the first over coming up. Shrikant to Shailesh. This is beautifully bowled, and that one beating the batter outside the off stump. It's a top class over from Shrikant. He had the wicket as well, but for the drop chance. That's the end of the first over after one Supreme 4 for none. We'll be back in a few seconds. All right, so we're back 1 over 4 runs. There was a glorious shot over the circle on the offside by Shailesh to get off the mark. It was an eventful first over. We saw a missed catch, a missed opportunity, I would say, a glorious shot on the offside, um, a good ball beating the batter outside the off stump. So, an eventful first over and 4 runs on the board for Supreme. Now we'll have Sakib Khan who will be facing Satyavan Sharma. He's the bowler who's into the attack. He will be bowling right arm over as well, and there is one slip in place. Satyavan coming in right arm over. That's well bowled across the ball going away from the right-handed batter, and a good leave that by Sakib. So the keeper coming up now, and that's a good change, I would say, because that prevents the batter from stepping out, especially at the beginning of any batter's inning. This is well bowled and it's played towards long on. There is a fielder in the deep, so a good shot by Sakib to get off the mark. Well, the passion from these players, they are over the age of 60 playing in Dallas in this heat. This is inspirational and this is amazing to see. It is testimony to not only their passion but their fitness. I mean, this is just top class stuff to see all the teams coming there playing this over 60 nationals Masters Cricket USA. It is really inspiring for everyone to see all these players fighting it out fair and square and playing in the right spirit. In comes the bowler, third ball of the over, outside the off stump. It will be a wide and a good call by the umpire. Of course, we did have the first game which took place earlier in the day. It was between Legends and Titans. Legends winning that by 50 runs. Legends scored 276, Titans 226 in that game. This ball taken on the full and it's played on the leg side, and it will be 1 run. There is a fielder in the deep on the leg side. So Shailesh moves on to five. I was talking about the first game. Legends, they scored 276. Muhammad Shahid, he scored 78 of 64 balls with 10 fours and 1 6, and then also took 3 wickets when he bowled. Next ball of the over is played off the back foot, and this is a fielder inside the circle on the offside, so it will be a dot ball by Satyavan. So far they've got 4 runs of 4 balls with a wide. Two more balls to go in this over. Current run rate is 4.8. It's a decent start over here by Supreme. And it's Shailesh on strike. Oh, beautifully bowled. That ball was angled in. It swung, but obviously it pitched outside leg stump and then it shaped into the batter. Take a look at the replay. This was beautifully bowled, showing his experience, Satyavan. Take a look at that. That ball almost felt like it's going down the leg side. Obviously, pitching outside leg, a good call by the umpire, but a very well bowled. It's that banana swing we talk about, and we saw a slight example of that here from Satyavan. Final ball of the over coming up. Again, well bowled, and this time off the back foot, he's played it towards square leg. They're thinking of a single, not quite there. So a dot ball to finish the second. 2 overs done. Supreme 8 for no loss. We'll be back in a few seconds. Yeah, take a look at that. The leg before replay, pitched outside leg. You can clearly see that. Kudos to Hassan and his team for these amazing streaming options. I mean, just to see the ball tracking and everything, in line, outside the line, and the quality of streaming. It's amazing. It's just top class. So kudos to the streaming team for bringing us these pictures. All right, we have the first ball of the third over now. It is Shrikant coming in to Sakib. This is angled into the right-handed batter, clearly going down the leg stump, and the bowler not even appealing for that. So it's a dot ball to start here. Sakib on strike. Take a look at the replay. This ball angled into the right-handed batter, clearly going down the leg side. Shrikant continuing here. Sakib on strike. This is well bowled and it's steered away beautifully in the gap on the offside. It is going towards the third man region. It should be a couple of runs. Good chase by the fielder there and a good shot that by Sakib that was outside the off stump and he steered it beautifully in the gap, bisecting the field to perfection. Nice shot that by Shailesh. In fact, it's Shailesh. Beg your pardon. It's just a single. So Shailesh is on strike. They just took one run over there. So Sakib got a single with that good shot on the offside. So Shailesh is now on strike. And it's Shrikant continuing. Angled into the right-handed batter. He got some bat on it and they're thinking of a run towards short fine. In the end, they make it. But very lucky for Shailesh that he got some bat on it. Otherwise, that would have crashed onto the off stump. Take a look at the replay here. Beautifully bowled. The ball coming into the right-handed batter. He luckily got some bat on it. And how did that miss the stumps? Well, well, well. That's a beautiful ball. In the end, Shailesh gets a single. So Sakib is back on strike now. This is again angled in and played off the back foot again beautifully in that vacant region towards backward point. This is going towards the boundary and it's 4 runs. Beautifully timed. A good effort. Look at that effort by the fielder there. Diving full length, trying to stop the boundary. And a beautiful shot. We'll just wait. Hopefully he's okay. Take a look at the replay. This ball was shot outside the off stump and he rocked on the back foot and played the late cut and bisecting the field to perfection. The fielder from backward point gave the chase and in the end he did put in the dive over here. Take a look at this. What an effort that. Amazing. Over the age of 60 and fielding like they are in their 20s. Man, that's amazing and inspirational. Of course, he's probably hurt himself. We'll wait on that. There is a someone who's being called, so there will be a delay. Probably it's the hamstring is what we are probably thinking. That's what it is. He's trying to get up. All right. Okay, looks like he's probably injured himself here. Yes, he has. He did put in the dive and yeah, that's an injury. Unfortunate that, because it was a great effort. Well, well, well. It's disheartening to see that. I mean, the passion is there, the dive was put in, but looks like he's hurt himself, and he will need some help to obviously go to the dugout and hopefully get some ice, get some painkillers, and we'll see how it pans out. Meanwhile, back to the game here. It is 2.4 overs, 14 for no loss. It's a 40 over game. We can see he's stretching his hamstring there. And Shrikant Satya 1.4 overs, none for 10. He did have he did create a chance in the first over of the match. It was a beautiful ball that he bowled and a dropped catch on the offside by the fielder in the first over. A lucky escape that one for Shailesh, but nevertheless, it's 14 on the board now. We're just waiting for the batter to be ready. Probably he's discussing something with the leg umpire. We'll see what happens. The umpires coming in, and yeah, there's some delay there. Maybe they're just inquiring about the fielder who got injured. All right, so it's Satya coming right arm over. Sakib on strike, angled in, and that's appeal for leg. Before that, look plumb, and the dreaded finger is coming up, and it's the slow dreaded finger from Jatin, and that looked like that was plumb to me. We'll take a look at the replay when it comes up. The batter is not happy, but he was rocked on the back foot. The ball was angled into the stumps, and it looked like it would have crashed into middle and leg. We'll wait for the replay, but the dreaded finger from Jatin did come up. Take a look at this. This ball from the bowler, angled in, he's on the back foot and wrapped on the pads and probably will crash into middle and leg. And the dreaded finger from Jatin came up there. You can see the slow dreaded finger. Batter is not happy, but the first wicket down. Here, Shrikant Satya gets his first wicket, the first wicket of the match, and Sakib departs here. So, 14 runs on the board, 2.5 overs done, and a well deserved wicket for Shrikant Satya. I was talking about it. There was a drop chance of his bowling in the first over of the match. That was for against Shailesh, but he's got the other opener here, Sakib, right in front of the stumps. That looked plumb. All right, so we have the number three batter, Mark Wright, who's coming in here for his team. Take a look at the replay. There is the ball tracker. This ball angled into the right handed batter, and the impact is in line. Looks like that's hitting middle and leg. A good call by the umpire. And again, thanks to the excellent streaming facilities, we can actually see where the ball is pitching and where it's going to hit and whether it's going to hit the stumps. An example of that yet again here from Hassan and his team. So good decision by the umpire, which means the first wicket down. Now Mark Wright has walked in at number three for his team. Satya has his tail up. He's coming in right arm over here. Angled in, and this time he's played it on the offside. Impact is outside the line, even if it's hitting the pads. Good over that by Satya. He's got one wicket there after three supreme, 14 for one. We'll be back in a few seconds. All right, take a look again at the replay, the leg before. This ball from the bowler on the back foot, rocked on the back foot, and look at that ball tracker right in front of the stumps. After that, the batter has moved away, but when the ball hit the pads, he was right in front. So, a very good call by Jatin, an experienced campaigner, of course, as an umpire. All right, so it's Shailesh on strike, Satyavan continuing here and giving himself some room, trying to play it on the offside. In the end, it's gone straight back to the bowler. Satyavan looks like he mostly gets the ball to go away from the right-handed batter. On the other hand, the other opening bowler, his bowling partner, he gets the ball in. That's Shrikant. So this is a good combination here, a good opening pair for the bowling team. Satyavan coming in. This is again well bowled, and it's tapped on the offside. Did hit the pads, but in the end, it's a dot ball. So this is good bowling by Satyavan. 1.2 overs, none for four so far. All right, so it is Satyavan to continue. Shailesh on strike again, well bowled. This is played on the leg side, away from the fielder in the circle. He's giving the chase. It should be just a single. So we have Mark right now, who will be facing Satyavan for the first time in this match. Current run rate is 4.29. This is a day-night game. Excellent facilities at the Grand Prairie Stadium. Obviously, this ground has seen some iconic matches in the over in the 2020 World Cup. There were a lot of games which took place here in at the Grand Prairie Stadium. It's a beautiful ground. Major League games are hosted here as well. All right, Mark Wright on strike. This is played on the leg side towards mid wicket, and they go for a quick single. Good backup by the fielder on the offside. And Mark Wright is off the mark with that quick single. So 3.4 overs done, 16 for 1 now. Take a look at the replay. This was played towards mid wicket, and the non striker actually said no. And Mark Wright went for it, called the non-striker for that single, made it in the end. So no harm done. 3.4 overs done, 1 for 16. It is Shailesh on strike now. Satyavan coming right arm over. Again giving himself some room, playing it on the leg side towards mid-on for... They thought of a single, not quite there. So we have the final ball of the fourth over coming up. And it is Shailesh who will be on strike, batting on 7 of 14. Satyavan coming in. This is down the leg side. Appeal for stumping. It's a white signal by the umpire. And very good keeping that by the keeper. We'll just wait for the leg umpire's signal. Looks like he's going for the replay on the big screen. We're just waiting to see what actually happened. Probably, let's take a look at the replay here. Clearly a wide down the leg side. Obviously, excellent keeping by the keeper. Take a look at this. And okay, all right. Looks like by the time the keeper got the bails off, probably the bat is back in the crease. In fact, well, that's out. Okay. All right. So apologies for that. I thought that the bat just came in, but maybe it was 1 second prior. So excellent keeping that by the keeper. Second wicket down here, and it was a wide but top class keeping to get that stumping. Before the batter came back, the bails were off. Second wicket down, 16 on the board, and that's out. Yes. So 4 overs done, 16 for 2. We'll be back in a few seconds.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
All right, look at that. Excellent stumping by the keeper. That was a wide, so there was one extra ball to go. Now the over is done, but take a look at that. Yes, just before the bat comes down, it looks like he got the bails up. As per the replay, so that's the second wicket. 17 on the board after 4. And we have the next over coming up now. Kamlesh Amin is the new batter who's walked in at number 4 for Supreme. And Shrikant Satya, he will be continuing. 2 overs, 1 for 10 for him. It's marked right now on strike, angled into the right-handed batter, played on the leg side, and they go for a quick single there. So now it will be Kamlesh facing Shrikant for the first time in this match. Alright, so Shrikant coming into Kamlesh, angled into the right-handed batter. It's down the leg side, missing the keeper's gloves as well. So in the end, the batsman did shuffle a little. So it's a dot ball over there, I believe. We're just waiting for the scorecard to reflect that. Next ball of the over, Shrikant coming in, angled in. The impact is outside the line there. So 2 dot balls in the over. Kamlesh still to get off the mark. Take a look at that replay. This ball angled in beautifully. Look at that swing. But obviously the batter way outside the line of the off stump. So In fact, the bowler did not even appeal that much on that one. In comes Shrikant, again beautifully angled in, again well played back to the bowler, anticipating the ball to come into him, and Kamlesh walking outside the off stump to ensure even if the ball hits him, the impact is outside. This is a good over here by Shrikant. He's in the middle of a good spell, 2.3 overs, 1 for 11, in fact 2.4 overs, 2 balls to go. Again, beautifully bowled, played on the front foot. They are thinking of a single, good running by both the batters, playing it towards mid-on for a single. Final ball of the fifth over coming up now. It will be Mark Wright on strike, and after this over, we'll be having a change in the commentary. It will be Uday who will be coming into the commentary box to call the game. As we are just waiting for the final ball of the fifth over, 19 for 2. The umpire just indicating something to the captain, probably. All right, there's one slip in place. It is Mark Wright on strike. Beautifully bowled and playing it on the leg side and thinking of a single, not quite there. So 5 overs, 19 for 2, and we'll be back in a few seconds with Uday. Thank you.
Even the best in the world of
Hi, this is Uday Tembulkar taking over from Nikhil Bhatt, and welcome to the continuing telecast of the second game of the 60s Nationals between
Good
Supreme
evening,
and
folks.
Knights.
Coming to you live from the Grand Prairie Stadium in Dallas, Texas. It's the second game
We
of
are
the
in the eighth over now.
over
It's
60s
37 for 2.
Nationals being played currently. The two teams playing are LA Knights and Supremes, with Supremes opting to bat. And so far, the score is 37 for 2 of 7.5 overs. Mark Wright is at the batting. Plays it watchfully. Okay, okay.
Welcome to the continuing telecast of the second game of the 60s Nationals. We have the ninth over starting now. That's Shrikant Satya bowling to Mark Wright. Dot ball. It's a little on the hotter side, but the outfield is great. I'm sure everybody is enjoying playing on this pitch. The ball is coming on decently. Shrikant again. Played to point. No run. That's leg before appeal, but turned down. And that's driven. Picked up at mid on. Down the leg side. Not called a wide. Shrikant comes up. Close, but probably missing leg. And so the appeal is turned down. And that's the end of the ninth over. As a recap, Legends won the toss and decided to bat first. And this is the second game. Should get cooler in the evening and better as well for the fielders in the second innings. It's warm but not terribly hot right now. We have a change of bowling and Mukund Patel will start the 10th over. Mark Wright getting ready. That's a wide. A warm-up ball for Mukund. Gets ready now for his first legal delivery of the over. It's a better one. Tap to the covers and no run there. Mukund again. This one keeps a little low and Mark has that well covered, plays it back to the bowler. Yes, he's out. Mark is out. Played the wrong line, edge to the keeper, and a good catch. These are normally never easy because they come off the edge pretty quick to a keeper standing up. But he did a great job, and so that's the third wicket. So Legends are now 41 for 3 in 9.3 overs. Mukund Patel making an impact right away in his first over. We probably have the replay for you soon. Once again, there you go. That's the outside edge and taken nicely by the keeper. Ahmed Chaudhary is the new batsman. Takes his leg stump guard. That's wicket to wicket bowling by Mukund. Played back down the pitch. Supremes once again 41 for 3. left alone outside the off stump. And the batsman moves away before the ball was delivered, so he will have to bowl that again. Mukund has a slightly flatter trajectory and gets bowling at a decent pace. And so when you do that and you bowl wicket to wicket, you have a good chance of hitting the stumps or getting a leg before. This one is played back to the bowler. That's the end of a very successful over. Mukund, 1 over, 1 run, 1 over, 1 wicket, and 41 for 3 in 10. Which will bring Deepak on strike now. This, as you know, is the day one of the Nationals tournament. The first game, the Legends won by 50 runs. And this is the second game. And there will be 2 games tomorrow as well as Monday. And then a similar pattern Wednesday through Friday. Shrikant is back. Good length and great to mid-on. Shrikant is the traditional line and length kind of a bowler. Decent pace, occasionally gets some movement. This is played to cover, and that's a single. Ahmad is on strike now. The slip is a little deep and wide, and attempted Yorker. Good ball. Swerved in a little bit and well kept out. This one is played out into the covers and fielded there inside the ring. No run. Ahmad settling in. Just played 5 balls so far. And he's dropped. Played that in the air very clearly. Sort of a check shot. I think at some point he was going for it, then sort of held back. This one is played out quietly towards point. No runs. And that is the end of the 11th over. It's 42 for 3. Srikanth has bowled 5 overs for 23 runs and 1 wicket. There's the replay. Should have been taken. Wasn't a difficult one. But these things happen. And Mukund is back from the other end. Just tapped back along the wicket towards cover, and Mukund picks it up himself. The Supremes will be thinking of getting a move on now. Deepak takes a look at the leg side field. That's on the stumps, played to mid-on, and no runs again. This one again, once again, wicket to wicket. He's been steady there, played to the covers and no runs. This one hit well, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. There's a fly slip, waiting for the miscued edge. Once more that wicket to wicket line and fielded in the covers. That's down the leg side, called a wide. Deepak missed out on at least a single, if not more, because he had bound himself up to play that somewhere behind square. Goes for it again, and this time it's outside off. Misses it. That brings to an end the 12th over. I have to say, they are going through their overs at a reasonable clip. The changeovers have been, quick enough, and it also helps that the batsmen are not um, being too aggressive. The ball is not going too far into the outfield, and therefore the bowlers are going through the overs a little quicker uh, than you may imagine. Ahmed is on strike to Srikanth. That's a Yorker length. Digs it out to square leg. Satya comes in from square leg to pick up the ball. Srikanth, once or twice over, is trying the Yorker, and it's a slower ball, but it tends to swerve in a little bit, and therefore it's something the batsmen have to be careful about. Okay, this one is turned down to fine leg, and Ahmed gets off the mark. It's a long spell in a reasonably warm, hot day. And that's driven. And it's a comfortable single to extra cover. Ahmed is back on strike now. The current run rate is 3.6, and I'm sure they will accelerate from here. That's down the leg side, it's a wide. It's almost flighted and driven out to mid-on. No run there. Went straight to the fielder. Down the leg side once more. It's a wide. Outside the off stump, and Ahmed lets it go through. Shrikant possibly tiring a bit, and I would expect him to get a break after the seventh over. One more ball to go. And that once again is a Yorker attempt and played out into the leg side, and we have a drinks break now. So, as a recap, it's 47 for 3 in 13. The run rate is just around 3.5 and over. And the scorecard so far for Supremes: Shailesh made 7 in 14 balls, Saqib Khan 7 in 7, Mark Wright 4 in 15 balls. They have a decent amount of batsmen to come. Um, I'm sure they will shuffle the batting order based on how things go. And here's a quick recap of some of the. Okay, Deepak plays it back towards cover, and there is no run. Outside the off stump, goes for the square cut, misses out. He gets it this time, but straight to the fielder. Could have been close, but the batsman made his ground just in time. Ahmad on strike now to Mukund. That looks close, but probably missed the off stump or hit him outside. Take a look at the replay. Yeah, yeah, probably missing off. Impact outside off, but it was very close. Straight out into the covers. That's the end of the over. And now it strings. So we'll have a short drinks break and be back on soon. In the meanwhile, here is the summary of the match so far. So let's look at the bowling. We went over the batting a little bit earlier. Um, so the key figures on the batting side, Deepak uh, still there with 21, Shailesh um, made 7, Sakib made 7, and Mark Wright made 4. Uh, Deepak playing a good hand here. As far as the bowling is concerned, uh, Shrikant Satya, as I mentioned earlier, bowled a long spell of 7 overs, unbroken spell, 1 wicket. Satya and Mukund Patel. So we'll take a quick break while we wait for players to get back to their positions, which they are doing now. It's 14 overs gone, 48 for 3. And we have Abid coming on, replacing Shrikant Satya. Abid tends to get some bounce and bowls at a decent brisk pace. Choosing to bowl more off spin today, I guess. Played out, no runs. Down the leg side, that'll be wide. And that's on the legs and nicely hit. Wonderful shot. Swung it round the corner, behind square. Very well played. Sort of a half flick, half drive kind of a shot. Got it sweetly behind square for 4. That's way down the leg side. Wide ball and a single as well. So you have to bowl that again. It's again leg side-ish, but so closer to the leg stump, and that's played into the onside. No runs. Way down the leg side once more. Has he got a touch to it? We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Looks like he has. Yeah, he did. Played down to fine leg, and the outfield is so good that once you get it past the inner ring, it invariably goes through to the boundary. And that's where Abid wants to be. And the keeper's been urging him to do that, and finally he gets it right there, outside off stump, and played into the covers, no run. And once again, well bowled this time. Ball came in a bit from outside off. Abid ends is over. So at the end of 15 overs, it's 59 for 3. Um, Batsman definitely showing some urgency right after the drinks break. Um, I'm sure they would have discussed the match situation and what they should do now, etc. And there is a sense of urgency, clearly. That's Mukund back on from the other end. Played towards short third and no run. Mukund has been extremely economical. 3 overs for 1 run so far. Well bowled once more. Bowling wicket to wicket. Down the leg side, tickled to a fine leg. Let's see if the ball wins the race to the boundary. Yes, it does. Finally, they get a 4 of Mukund's bowling. Well played. Mukund has been steady in terms of getting back to his line. Oh, this has gone for 4 as well. It didn't look as if it would make it to the boundary. It seemed like a little nudge towards point. Um, Deepak was also almost off balance when he played that shot, but probably the timing and definitely the outfield taking it all the way for a 4. This one is played to sort of backward point and they scramble a single. So 11 runs came off that Mukund Patel over. Um, I mentioned earlier that he had just given away 1 run in his previous 3, 11 off this one. Um, the run rate has improved and so has the projected score. So Supreme's getting a move on. And that's sort of half pull, half pushed towards deepish square leg for a single. That's Mukund's over now. So 12 of that over, 4 overs and 13 runs, 69 for 3 is the score in 16. Warm, clear day at Grand Prairie. The temperature right now around 84, 85 degrees. Expected to drop into the 70s by about 6 or 7 p.m. And so it should be a pleasant evening for the second innings. New bowler Javed Panjwani is on now. Oh, that's dropped. That came pretty quickly to the bowler and the mid-off, unfortunately, kicks it by mistake all the way for 4, somewhere behind mid-on. Full toss, he had a go at it, catchable but very quick, and the mid-off fielder tried to stop the ball with his feet and ended up kicking it to the boundary. So that's 4 for Ahmed. And Javed once again bowling short, and this one's gone to the boundary as well. Cow corner. Ahmed pulls it to the cow corner. Ahmed plays it solidly. Definitely looking more settled now. He's on 14 of 23. Deepak anchoring the innings so far. Flighted, almost took it on the full, but no runs there. Javed miscues that. It goes to backward point, square third man, and that's a single. So after 17 overs, 78 for 3. Kun Patel is back to continue. It'll be his 5th over. And he's bowling to Ahmed Patel, Ahmed Chaudhary. Short, driven to long off. That's a single. Deepak hasn't had much of the strike of late. He's back on strike now and has a go at that outside edge. Will probably run to the boundary. Yes, it does. Going for a big cover drive, gets an outside edge, and the ball flies over short third and into the square third man boundary for 4. The outfield really is extremely quick. It's a little more outside off 5th or 6th stump, and Deepak tries to guide it down, misses. Back to his stump to stump line, and mid wicket misses possible run out chance. Could have been close, but batsman made it home pretty easily in the end. That's driven towards extra cover. Ahmed thought about a run and decided against it finally. Last ball of this over coming up. Short, pulls it, and that's gone for four. Pulls it nicely to mid wicket. Kept the ball down, and in any event, there wasn't anybody right there, so he picked the right spot, and that's four to Ahmed. 84 for three, 88 for three now in 18 overs. Javed played out quietly, no run. Once again, a good ball on the stumps, good length, and played back to the bowler. We haven't seen much turn today, but there has been decent pace and bounce. This was short, and that's pulled and goes all the way for four. Wide mid on, deep mid wicket area. Strong shot. And that's pitched up, played out to mid wicket for a single. So the ball's probably not turning much, but there is definitely a decent amount of pace in the pitch and decent amount of bounce, which also can help the batting team because the ball will come on nicely. And so, if you time the ball well and place it and get it past the infield, there's a good chance you're going to get a boundary down the leg side. End of the over. Javed has bowled 2 overs so far for 14 runs, 93 for 3 in the ninth. We've just finished the 19th over, so 21 more to go. We have a change of bowling at the other end. Janak Patel is coming on. And he'll be bowling to Deepak. Deepak, meanwhile, um, is batting at a strike rate of over 90, 44 and 47. Janak setting his field. Left arm spin for the first time today. Well outside the off stump and no runs. Overpitched, driven through extra cover and fielded by the long off fielder. They go through for two. It was wide outside the off stump and overpitched and just went through with his extra cover drive. Hitting along the ground for the most part, both of them. Janak, that's a full toss and oh no, that should have been taken. Went straight to extra cover, should have been taken, but wasn't. Loopy, inviting full toss, straight to the fielder, in and out. And this is way outside the off stump. Way outside. And it's called wide. Janak's first over, so settling down, I suppose. He decided to switch now. This is driven to long off. Once again, all along the ground, and that'll be a single. Change of line a little bit, and also better length this time, just a single. And that was interesting because Ahmed first thought that he was going to wallop that ball, and then it was his slower one. Then Ahmed realized that it was coming through very slowly, changed his shot and tapped it down to third man. This time he wallops it, goes across, uh, hits that to deep mid wicket and gets a single. Once again along the ground, kind of a slog sweep. So these two have put on a good partnership so far, and it's 57 and 63 balls. It's come quickly, um, clear acceleration after the drinks break, and off that, Deepak is on 47, Ahmed is on 21. Go over for a single, crossover for a oh, that's gone for four. So that's the 100 of the innings. Well played. It's 102 for 3. Also, a free hit coming up. Not enough fielders inside the ring. So, the umpire explaining why it was called a no ball. Javed is back on again. And Well bowled. So, because it was a no ball, obviously he was can't be given out, but it was a good ball. So the free hit not of much use to the Supremes. 103 for 3. Javed is back on. Pitched in the block hole and played back quietly into the offside. Ahmed is not ready. Javed gets back to his bowling mark. That's way outside off and will be called a wide. Outside off line again, but this is more a fourth or fifth stump line. Is dabbed down by Ahmed. No runs. Ahmed played the wrong line there. Could have been runs on the leg side if he had moved a little to his off stump. Similar ball, but this is more off and middle line. Played back to the bowler. Short, but a decent line once again from Javed. Played back, and that brings his over to an end. He's gone for 20 of 3. And for some reason or the other, um, Deepak has not been getting much of the strike. Um, but he has it now, and Janak is back on to continue. The loopy full toss, and he hits it to long off for a single. Janak is trying not to give the batsman any pace at all to work. This time it's loopy one, but it's half flicked, half pulled, half driven to mid wicket for a single. Deep mid wicket comes in, and it's an easy single. Once again, that similar pace and trajectory, except that this is too far outside off and called a wide. Deepak being very patient here, going along the ground hitting this one to extra cover. The fielder had a shy, but the batsmen were well in. Janak is trying to tempt the batsman to loft the ball, but they haven't fallen for it yet. Once more, but this length was a little closer to a good length, and um, Ahmed blocks it back to the bowler. Ahmed waits for this one and then drives it to extra cover, collected by the sweeper cover, and that's a single. Last ball coming up now. Outside the off stump, missed out on the square cut. So around the 11th over mark, the projected score based on the run rate at that point was about 140 something, closer to 200 now. The run rate is close to 5, and you can see how they've progressed through the overs so far. The Manhattan, and this is the line chart of how they've progressed so far. So Supreme looking at a good score now, and based on the first game, you need well over 200 on this wicket to win. That's played out into deep cover for a single. We are at Nelson now. 1-1-1 for 3. Takes the outside edge and runs to third man. For those who remember David Shepherd, the British umpire, the English umpire, he would you know stand on one leg till the score reached 1-1-2. There have been some interesting characters in the game. One of the most loved passed away recently, Dickie Bird, considered one of the greatest umpires of all time. Ahmed lofts this one to mid-wicket for a 4. Loopy, good length, over-pitched ball, and Ahmed lofted it over mid-wicket, wide mid-on, and that's gone down to the boundary. So, Dickie Bird, real name Harold Bird, passed away a few days ago, and the cricket fraternity has been talking about him a lot, remembering him, and that's an outside edge, um, which also goes for a 4. The runs coming thick and fast now, and we'll probably see some change in bowling or some change in strategy soon from the fielding side. because they have to stop this flow of runs. Partnership now 78 of 82, almost a run a ball. Um, both of them are well settled, and unfortunately, the bowling in the last few overs has not not been as good as in the first 10 or 12, and so the runs have come thick and fast for the batting team. Janak, left arm, played towards extra cover, who deflects it. And have they taken a second? Yes, they have. Tried to field it and ended up deflecting it towards long off. And yeah, that is Deepak's 50. Wonderful innings, well played. He's anchored the innings so far and looking good for a big one. And that's played to shortish mid wicket. Tempting delivery from Janak, but he ended up driving it to short mid wicket. Another tempting one outside the off stump. Deepak unable to make a connection, and Imran, the keeper, stops it with his bats. There's the booming drive, but just for a single, straight to extra cover. Ahmed sweeps. That's a good run. That's a very good run. And they appealed. Oh yeah. So this is interesting because Deepak didn't get his bat behind the line. It looks as if his bat is not behind the line. So I'm not sure if you can get a view from the other side, but it looks as if the keeper has the bails off. Yes, the keeper has the bails off, and that is out. That is very unfortunate. It looked like Deepak's bat sort of got stuck in the ground and did cross the trees. And the rule is very clear. The crease belongs to the keeper. So Deepak declared out um, after playing a wonderful innings, after getting to his 50-run mark and anchoring the supreme batting so far. That's Kamlesh Amin coming in at the fall of the fourth wicket. Unfortunate way to get out. for anybody. And in this case, even more unfortunate because he will kick himself for being almost in, but not quite. Janak, one more ball left in this over. Kalesh goes for it first ball, slaps it through the offside to deep extra cover for a single. $122 for 4. Changes being made to the field. Played out towards cover. In the block hole. And played out to cover. We have a new bowler. Nice square cut. 2 backward point for a single. Down the leg side. Way down the leg side. Should be 4. Outfield is almost like a carpet. There's a single again. So Kamlesh keeping up the tempo right from ball 1. That's a dot ball finally for the bowling team. The keeper runs up and collects the ball. Run rate is still above 5. Kamlesh goes for it. Outside edge to square third man for a single. And that's a nice straight drive. Back past the bowler towards long on. And they get two out of it. And that's the end of the over. We are at the 25 over mark. $132 for 4. And Kamlesh gets it past the mid-wicket fielder for a single. Janak has been tempting the batsman, but except for um, one or two events, they've almost always played it along the ground. That loopy length is really tempting. Ahmad pushes it into the covers. This time Ahmad takes it on the fulls, swings it to deep mid wicket, and that's a 4. And Ahmad is now up to 48. His run rate has also improved dramatically from the first half of his innings, and really helping to push the score forward. Waits for it and slogs it to mid on, almost long on for a single. One or two bounces and the fielder got it there. This time Kamlesh goes for the classical square drive to backward point. Single. Both these men are going to need a lot of stamina if they keep running singles and twos like that. Um, they are getting enough boundaries though, but takes a lot out of you in this weather. Um, the good part is, even though it's warm, um, it's not very humid, and so it helps a lot that you're not sweating too much. It's kind of been a little on the dry side in the Dallas area in the last few days, and looks like we have a change of bowling and Shafiq coming on. He's getting ready to bowl his first over of the match. Umpire has told the batsman right arm over, and The batsman is ready now. Shafiq asking for some changes on the offside. Outside off stump, Kamlesh hitting across the line, probably walking away and telling himself to play straight. No runs to that one. It's sliced to deep third man for a single. It's that loopy, slow off break which will tempt the batsman, and they will need to be patient, get the right ball to hit. Ahmad plays it down to square point on 49 and has taken the anchor role after Deepak's dismissal. That's played on the leg side, and that's his 50. Dabs it down to square leg, gets a single, and that's a wonderful 50 from Ahmad. Well played. Kamlesh gets that loopy ball once again, drives it to extra cover, deflected by the fielder, runs towards mid off. And that's drinks. Umpires call for drinks. Let's look at the match situation. Supremes are 142 for 4 in 27 overs. Ahmad Chaudhary is on 50 of 59. Kamlesh Amin is on 7 of 10. Their run rate is currently 5.26, and they should comfortably cross 200. Like I said before, some more batting to come, and so you will probably see after this drinks break, you'll probably see some even more aggressive batting. Bowling card. Shafiq pulled one over now. Shrikant Satya's 7, impressive, and so was Satyavan Sharma. And this is the Manhattan showing the run rate progression through the innings so far. And the match summary for you: 142 for 4. Principal performers, 3 on each side listed there. and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. We're back with you after the drinks break, and Janak is continuing. Some changes to the field, and the batsmen are set now. There's that loopy length again. Kamlesh decides to just keep the ball out. This time Kamlesh steps out, gets it on the full, but unfortunately finds the fielder at the wicket, and so it's just a single. Ooh, that was unusual to say the least. Went up very high, but dipped enough not to be called a no ball. Way outside the off. Overcompensates, pulls it far shorter, and that It's dragged down on the leg side for a wide. Short again. This time gets it past the mid-wicket fielder to long on. Rightish mid-on almost, not mid-wicket, but gets it past him. This one is played along the ground to deep mid-wicket for a single. The tempting loopy length again. Ahmed controls himself and plays it quietly for a single. Shafiq will continue. Shafiq has a shot at overthrow, which goes for 4. It's probably worth taking that shy, but he didn't have time to check if anybody was backing up. Batsman was way out of his crease, but Shafiq was probably not looking at more than 2 stumps from that angle. And not easy unless you have tons of practice. Not easy to hit the stumps, even from that distance. It's a good ball. Kamlesh playing the line but missing it. It's missing leg. It's hard to get a leg before when you're bowling from way wide of the stumps. Just the angle alone will take it down the leg side. Shafiq once more, that's tapped to the covers. So 2 reasonably quiet overs after the break. Not this one. Kamlesh has pulled it to square leg, and that's a 4. Goes along the ground. It was dragged down from Shafiq, and easy picking for Kamlesh. Swivels and pulls it to square leg for 4. Run rate perks up again. This time it's 5.34 now. 11 overs to go. Bowling change from this end. We have Mihir Gandhi coming on. Ahmed has a very key role to play now, at least for the next few overs. Needs to be there. It's missing leg. Missed out there. Played the ball a little early, missed out. Way outside the off stump, close to the wide line. And Ahmed plays it into the covers, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Mihir is ready for his third ball now. Again, way outside the off stump. Ahmed square drives it to extra cover, and that's a single to the sweeper cover. That's wide in any format, and certainly is in this format. So one more run added to the total. Better ball this time, played away to square leg. Kamlesh slices this to square third man for a single. He's already up to 19 of 21. Playing a good hand here. Ahmed waits for that one, waits, and finally plays it into the covers for a single. No runs there. End of the over. Mihir, that's a decent over. Just 3 coming off it, and managed to apply some kind of brakes to the scoring rate. And Supreme must be thinking of anywhere from 6 to 8 runs an over in the last 10 overs. And that'll take them to somewhere between 220 and 240. Shafiq starts with a wide. That's a drag down on the leg side. Well collected by the keeper, because he would have been blindsided by the batsman. pulled a wide. That's the loopy ball, and Kamlesh is out. Loopy full toss, but unfortunately, Kamlesh hits it straight into mid-on's hands. So Kamlesh, after a good hand, 19 in 21 balls. Shafiq gets his first wicket. There's the replay again for you. .160 for 4 now. Shafiq outside the off stump. Shirish misses out. Well pitched up and quietly played out into the offside. It's the wide. Again, way outside the off stump. The keeper thinks there was an edge. But if the umpire doesn't think there is an edge, there is no point. So, strong appeal, but could have been some other noise. Shafiq goes again outside the off stump. Through to the keeper, no shot offered. That's the replay again. Mihir Gandhi back on from the other end. So the strategy now is to bowl wide outside the off, not give the batsman any chance to get runs on the leg side. It has worked for the most part. Not sure exactly what happened there. That ball's being bowled again. I'm playing it to point. Supreme have to get their momentum back on again. It's way outside off. Ahmad goes for it, but would he have been better off leaving it and getting a wide instead? There's a single. You can sense a shift in momentum in the last 3 or 4 overs. After the last drinks break. That's me here, and once again, way wide outside the off stump. Left alone this time, and take it up wide to run at it. Shirish plays that towards backward point. Ahmed wanted a single, but Shirish was clear there was no run in it. This time Shirish gets it to cover. Oh no, that would have been out if he had hit directly, but fielder misses the direct hit. The batsmen have to figure out the calling. There's been some confusion. And they've had that discussion, and Ahmed is now on strike to Mihir Gandhi. He swats it to wide mid on, but straight to the fielder. So about 7 or 8 overs ago, it looked as if Supremes were looking at a total of 220 to 240 or thereabouts, but they've fallen back quite a bit. And so the projected total now is less than 210. and they absolutely have to get a move on. Shafiq sensing that and adjusting his field accordingly. Yes, the lights are on at the stadium. Try and show you a view at the end of this over. And Shafiq keeping it tight and trying to bowl wicket to wicket or keeping it outside the off stump. Not giving too many runs on the leg side. Shirish manages to get this away to mid on slash long on for a single. And they have to figure out how to rotate strike now, so Ahmed has more of the strike. Another drop catch, incidentally. Oh, he's down the leg side and oh, Shafiq bowls the faster one. It's a tired shot from Ahmed. And as it often happens, when you've got 50 or 60 and you've been in there for a long time, you do get tired. And so clearly late on the ball was Ahmed. Good quick one, kept a little bit low, flatter trajectory. Amir into the crease now. So Amir is the new batsman. .166 for 6. Outside the off stump, Amir pushes at it but doesn't make contact. Shafiq's 2 wickets. Oh, Shafiq tries the faster one again, but this time it's a drag down, called a wide. And that's his stock delivery and played out into the leg side. So we try and show you how the stadium looks with the lights on and brings us to an interesting point because not many teams have played under the lights. And so, batting also may be a little different under the lights, and certainly so will the outfield catching be, particularly when the ball goes high. Sometimes you do miss it because of the lighting, simply because you're not used to it. You haven't done enough practice under lights, etc. Mandar Bhagwat is the new batsman in, with the Supremes in some amount of trouble. They've lost 7. They lost quite a few in the last 10 overs, and also their run rate has slid quite a bit. So I ball. Shirish, yeah, Shirish on strike. And Mihir Gandhi, I believe, is the bowler. Missed out. Shirish missed out there. Supremes giving away too many dot balls in the last few overs. And, that's played to the right of the bowler, down the leg side. Keeper asking fielder in the ring to take a start. Finally gets it through the covers and should go for 4. That's a good shot. Ball kept low. Finally gets it through extra cover for 4. Mihir way outside the off stump. So Mihir's bowled 3 overs for 13. Very economical considering the stage of the innings. And Shafiq comes back on from the other end. And 4 overs for 17 runs and 2, or is it 3 wickets? Scorer, could you check please? That's a wide. This is his line way outside off. Mandar drives it towards that cover for a single. Along the ground, they have to look for the boundaries now. That's wide. And Shirish punches it off the back foot towards deep backward point. Single. By doing a customary ball check. Sheffield pulls the wide one once again. Goes to his faster one and a little outside the off, so he didn't get the same result as a couple of overs ago. This time, Mandar gets it through the cover ring. And they're running the third. Definitely need more of those twos, threes if they're not able to find the boundary. And Shirish gets a loopy overpitch ball outside the off stump, which he misses out on. It's a good ball from Shafiq. Let's look at the fall of wickets. That's the first wicket to that's the second. That's the edge through to the keeper. And then these are Shafiq's wickets. So Shafiq has three. And it's like Griffith, I think. It's a white ball to start with. wide outside off as well, but Mandar makes some contact. No runs though. Gets closer to the wickets. Sixth or seventh stump. Mandar tries to guide it, misses, and through to the keeper. And this time Mandar gets it through for a single. And they have gone through for two now. Shouldn't have been more than a single. They're inching to the 200 mark. The projected score right now showing 207. We'll see where they end up. Played out towards point for a single. A little bit of a yes and no, but finally they decide not to risk it. That's a good ball. Played to square third man. And they're through for a single. And that finishes Mike Griffith's first over. The 36 overs gone, 186 for 6. So we have a bowling change. Satya is back on. Short for Satyavan. Of course, Satya is back on and he will be bowling to Shirish. No runs of the first ball. They have to think in terms of balls now, so just 23 to go. It's pulled to square leg and single to Shirish. I guess Mandar is probably going to be the guy to hit some boundaries now. We'll see how he goes against Satya. That's a wide. And he's gone. That's a beautiful stumping I'm sure there'll be a replay, but Andaz stepped out and Imran had the bails off in a flash. Let's see what the replay says. But it looked out. Oh yeah, there you go. Clearly out. It's wonderful keeping. Raj Joshi is the new man in. "21 balls to go now, and well, I think if they can finish around 210, they would be from this position. They finish around 210, they would be reasonably happy. Short, and that's played through the covers. Will it get to the boundary? No. Stopped just short of the boundary. I think it was Shafiq. That's good fielding. The ball did slow down a little bit, but nevertheless, good attempt and good throw back into the keeper. Satya goes once again. That's wide. That's a full toss and swung away to the square leg for a single. Shirish goes for an almighty swing at it and misses completely. 192 for 7 in 37. "18 balls to go, and if they get exactly 18 runs, they will be at 210, which should be a challenging score. Like I mentioned, considering the fact that this would be one of the first times many of these people have played under lights, and definitely the first time many of them have played on this ground. Um, it's also very, open on all sides, and you tend to get a breeze at night. And sometimes when you hit the ball in the air, the ball can swirl, and so all of that makes it difficult for outfielders. Mike is back on, and this is played to sweeper cover for a single. I've seen Mike bowling with a longer run up and definitely much quicker than he's doing now. It's leg side-ish, and Madar gets it away, and that's going for 4. And that's a welcome boundary. Sorry, Raj gets it away for 4. And it's a very welcome boundary because it's come after a long while. moved across and helped it along its way to find leg for 4. Does the same thing again, but this time nudges it to backward square for a single. Just a correction, I think we had got the names wrong on the scorecard. It is Syed Hussain, not Raj Joshi. So, correction there. He's on strike and gets it through to long off for a single. It's interesting that the long off is more like a bit off. He's not on the boundary line or near, which probably tells you that the fielding captain is not expecting many big hits at this stage, and so they're happy to restrict the batsman to a single. Just 2 more overs left. They've crossed the 200 mark. It's 202 for 7. So we're probably looking at anywhere from 210 to 215 now. If they get more, I think they'll be very thrilled with how they've gone, considering um, considering everything that's happened in the last hour or so. Been a good fight back by the Knights. Satya is back on. Straight to mid on, and the fielder stops it with his foot. So there's no run. This time Shirish goes over that mid off towards long off for a single. Every run matters, so Shirish's 17 of 29 could be important in the end. We shall see. Satya cramps Syed for room, and he can only tap it back. And Syed frees his arms, gets it through the leg side, and that's a 4. Almost a length ball, but gave Syed the opportunity to free his arms, and he just swung through to cow corner for 4. That's a full toss, and gets it round the corner. Is that a leg by, or did he play it? It's a leg by. Satya hits it back past the bowler.
The mid-off fielder comes around to field, and do we have one more ball left in this over? Or yeah, it's the end of the over. 209 for 7, 6 balls to go, and expect to see the batsman, going for it on every ball. Try and get as many on the board as they possibly can. And Mike Griffith has the responsibility of bowling the first over. Mike asked the umpire if that was out, and the umpire says missing leg. Clearly so. Dot ball nevertheless, so the Knights should be happy. And this is hit towards mid-on. There is a complete mix-up, but finally it's fixed, and Shirish, I believe, is run out because he was halfway down the pitch after he played that shot. Syed wasn't interested. He did not move, and perhaps rightly so, because it went straight to the fielder. Shirish was well over halfway actually down the pitch, and the keeper was urging the fielder to throw it to him, which he finally did, and Shirish was run out by at least 4 or 5 yards. So one more wicket down, and this is a wide. Mike bowling wide of the crease, so the ball just going through with his angle down the leg side. This once again, you probably see Mike compensating and coming closer to the wickets now. Played out into the covers. Not fielded at the first attempt, so no danger for the batsman scrambling a run. 212. And very nicely timed, but straight to the fielder, and a scrambled single. Two balls to go. This is played out into the covers, and a scramble is single. So we have the last ball of the Supremes innings coming up. Down the leg side, and Mike has to bowl it again. Syed gets it past the mid wicket, and it goes to the sweeper on the leg side, and they run 2, and that is where they will land. 217 for 8 in 40 overs. Here's the scorecard. Shailesh got 7, Saqib 7, Mark Wright 4, Deepak Brahmat 52, Ahmad Chaudhary 53, Kamlesh Amin 19. Bowling card. Um, Shrikant Satya is the only one who bowled 7 overs. Several of them bowled 5 each. Satya bowled 6. Um, let's look at the score progression in the Manhattan chart. As you can see, the big partnership was for the 4th wicket. This is the match summary so far. So there was that big partnership for the 4th wicket between Ahmad Chaudhary and Deepak Brahman. And we are going to take the dinner break now. See you on the other side of the break. Um, I hope you're enjoying the telecast and the fabulous camera work, and see you soon. Welcome back to the second innings of this match. So the Knights will be chasing a target of 218 to win in their 40 overs. And Mandar Bhagwat, I believe, to open the bowling. So, like I said in the previous innings, towards the end of the previous innings, it's going to be interesting how they go. Um, is it going to be different under the lights? We shall see. We'll have the right batsman and bowler names up for you soon. Should be a good chase. Let's see if the ball swings a little bit more under the lights. And I think we are all set, almost, for the first ball of the night's innings. Okay, play, says the umpire. Here we go. It's played into the leg side, no runs. This one is played down to mid-on. The batsman wanted a single, but went straight to the fielder, so there really wasn't a run. So Monty is on strike. Syed Naqvi, also known as Abid, is at the other end. That's a good ball. Definitely can see some swing there. Well played in the end by the batsman. Plays it down to square leg. And Mandar misses his line this time. It's way down the leg side. Keeper standing up. Um, Again, a little bit of shape, but Monty's got it through the covers. Extra coverish for a 4. Slightly overpitched. He did get a little bit of shape, but Monty was good enough to get it through the covers for 4. Mandar decides he's going to go around the wicket. Sometimes not easy to adjust to a left-hander if you're bowling most of the time to right-handers. So yeah, that's a better line, but he's able to get it down to short fine. What happens typically is if you're used to bowling from over the wicket and you get swing from there, bowling down the wicket may actually, and that's a beautiful shot. Lofted drive, played over, long off, into the boundary for 4. Nice, easy swing of the bat. And we've been saying this all day. If you get it through the infield, the outfield is so fast that it'll go for a 4. So nice shot to get their innings going. Mr. Naqvi will take strike now. And it's going to be Raj from the other end. Nine for no loss at the end of the first over. That's a good start. Again, some shape. Starts around middle and ends up around leg. Batsman just taps it down, no runs. Once again, some shape. Cramps him for room as he was looking to play it through the covers. And ball came in and cramped him for room. There is no slip, and that's interesting because it indicates that they have a defensive strategy here, clearly going down leg. This one is played once again into the covers, but dot ball. There it is once again. The ball comes in from outside off. Almost like an off break, but clearly an off cutter or in swing, whichever way you look at it, because it is swinging a bit. This one is driven straight back to the bowler. No runs, and that's a good start by Raj. Maiden over. Not sure if that's the first maiden over of this match. It could well be. We'll check and tell you. And Mandar will continue from the other end. Here goes Mandar. It's way down the leg side. White ball. That indeed was the first maiden over of the match. This time Monty swings well, but only as far as Kamlesh at deep mid wicket, so it's only a single. I expect that Mandar will be more comfortable bowling to the right-hander. Let's see if that's the case. Mandar goes short outside the off stump, but it's hit straight to point. And no runs. This time it's more leg side-ish. Abid attempts to swing it on around the corner on the leg side, misses. It's his boot, but well outside the leg stump, so there is no appeal. Oh, that's well bowled. That's well bowled. Very well bowled. So clearly there is some amount of swing. If you look at that ball, it seemed to come in and then just held its line. And Abid played what he saw, and the ball just held its line after pitching and went straight through and took off stump. Excellent bowling by Mandar, and Supremes have their first wicket. Knights are 11 for 1. Shrikant Satya is the new batsman in. That's well bowled. That's on the stumps and played back to the bowler. We talked about this earlier. The temperature at Grand Prairie has dipped below 80 now, 79. Expected to go to 75 at 10 p.m. And so that's very nice weather to play cricket in. White ball, Mandar probably trying to push the ball through a little quicker, dragged it down. And I think Shrikant missed out a little bit on that because it was short, it was outside off, and he found the fielder at extra cover. And that's the end of a successful over by Mandar. He did give away some runs in the first over, but come back strongly. And he has a wicket now. And they need 206 more runs to win in 37 overs. The runs to balls ratio is still favorable, but the problems begin when you get to a run a ball and then the number of balls is less than the number of runs, and that's when it becomes harder for the batting side. Not sure if dew will be a factor. We shall see. The ball does start to get wet. Raj Joshi continues from this end. And that ball, once again, there is a fair amount of swing for him. It looked as if it was going down leg and finished up around leg to middle, so it's definitely some movement. This time it's outside off and inviting the drive. Monty goes for the drive and misses. Well pulled. It was close to the outside edge. Monty plays it a little uppishly but straight to point, and no runs again. This one is definitely leg side-ish and outside leg stump, and Monty swings through to square leg for 4. That was fairly easy pickings. Monty goes over point, square third man. This time it's a boundary. So Monty's staying aggressive. He's on 17 of 13. The Knights are 20 for 1 in 4 overs. So staying close to the run rate required. Mandar will continue. We were talking about Dickie Bird, and the topic came up because of David Shepard and the Nelson 1-1-1 score and him standing on one leg and hopping around. And those days will continue soon at the end of this over, but Mandar is back on. Just played into the covers. They're through for a single. And that's pushed to the leg side, deep square leg. Picked up by the sweeper on the onside. Single again. It is disturbing for the fielding side when you have a left-hand, right-hand combination and they keep taking singles because it's hard on the bowler to keep adjusting his line every ball or every second ball, which happens again. That's 3 singles in a row. And that's a block hole delivery, but on the leg side, and dug out to the mid-wicket region for no runs. Monty plays this back to Mandar. And that's well bowled. That's a good wicket to wicket line, cramping Monty a little bit. Ball missing leg, but it was a good delivery anyway. So yes, the times of Dickie Bird and David Shepard. There used to be no match referees in international cricket. There were no third umpires. and not as many rules and regulations as today. And people like them, not just them, there are so many others around the world who control the game, got things back in line. Of course, there wasn't as much sledging in those days, I believe, as there is today, but nevertheless, that was a different time, and all credit to those two gentlemen. This is tapped towards mid wicket, and they're through for a quick single. So all credit to those gentlemen for doing such a fantastic job, and the proof of how good they were lies in what cricketers who played in at that time in their days feel about them and what they talk about them as, and, and that's praiseworthy. Raj, short and wide, but no runs off this ball. And Monty goes for the big shot, clears the fielder, and that's a four for him again. So Monty's been dealing in boundaries mostly. That one over mid-off comfortably cleared the fielder. So if they're bowling that length to Monty, may make sense to push mid-off and mid-on back, and then perhaps get fine leg in. We're still in the power play, so the fielding restrictions still are in place. That's a better length. Not pitched as far up as the previous ball, and so Monty just being a little careful. It's going at overrun a ball. This is short, and he plays it through the covers, and it's a boundary. Once again, timed very well, placed very well, and that's four. So Monty goes up to 26. This time it's a lofted shot, but there is a fielder back there at long off. And it's only 2 runs. So Monty's gone on to a rapid 28 of 22. Total is 34 and 6. So they're clearly at or ahead of the run rate. Mandar once again. This is played to mid-on. quick single. Off the pads to square leg, short square, no runs. In modern cricket, the wicket-keeper's role has become so important because at the end of the day, you you have one guy who has a vantage point to see the entire field, to make adjustments to the angles, for the angles, and so on and so forth. And so you saw the keeper signaling to the fielder, this is played to mid-on. That's an easy single because the ball wasn't hit very hard, so it didn't go as quickly. Monty wants a drink. And Mandar bowls a lengthish ball, and that's stopped extremely well by the long off fielder. That's great fielding. Satya went over mid-off, and I think the fielder ran from long on, if I'm not wrong. And that was excellent fielding. And this is played to the onside, and it's a single. So the Knights are showing a lot of urgency in their batting up the order. Just apart from the boundaries you've seen Monty hitting, they've also rotated the strike extremely well, looked for the singles aggressively. And this has gone either, I think it's gone off the pads, we shall see. Single. That's short, and that's pulled to the leg side for a boundary. That was begging to be hit. Too short. Sat up for Shrikant Satyan. He did the honors of pulling it through mid-wicket. Wicketkeeper helping with some adjustments to the field. Raj is back on. Outside off, and Monty decides to let it go through. A little wider. Called a wide. Trying to keep the ball away from Monty's strike zone. Good length ball and push to long off for a single. The ball played sensibly by Shrikant. And this one goes down the leg side, called a wide. Started around middle, but when it passed the batsman, it was beyond the umpire's line on the leg stump, outside the leg stump. The ball is doing something. Perhaps not as quickly enough to trouble the batsman from a pace perspective, but it's definitely doing something. This is tickled down the leg side. Runs down to fine leg. Is the ball going to win? Ooh, that is phenomenal fielding. That is really wonderful fielding. It looked as if the ball was going to win, but looks like the fielder dragged it back in just in time. Yes, he did. This one comes back in a long way and finishes up not very far from the off stump. Played down to mid-on. Fielder had a shy at the wickets, but batsman was comfortably in. So at the end of the 8th over, it's 53 for 1. They're going along at more than 6 runs and over. You also have a fair amount of batting to come, so I guess they will push the score along rapidly, keep the run rate going. We'll probably see a bowling change. Yeah, this looks like Kamlesh coming on to replace Mandar. Shrikant heaves it to the onside and they run through for the second. Looks like one short. Yeah, hasn't crossed the line. So looks like he's run one short. Looks very close. Okay, so it's not one short, I believe it's 2 runs. Kamlesh is back on. Dap down to point. Played to mid off and shy at the stumps. And these situations you have to get a direct hit because by the time the fielder collects the ball, it's going to be too late. So would have been out if it was a direct hit, but wasn't. It's a loopy full toss, almost fools Monty. It's down the leg side. Monty swings, connects, and it's a 4. That's easy runs once you get it past the infield. Kamlesh will know that he has to correct his line to Monty. Monty's played well. He's also got some freebies. And that often happens when you play well. You tend to get more freebies and you tend to get more excellent bowling when you're not playing well. So that's the end of Kamlesh's first over. 60 for 1 in 9, keeping the rate above 6.5. See what the Supremes have up their sleeve in terms of bowling, because they will have to break this partnership and do it quickly. It looks like a very happy dugout right now. The Knights dugout, that is. Raj, well outside the off stump. Easy shot, and that goes for 4. Short, way outside the off stump, and he flat batted it, but along the ground to long off for 4. This one is short again, but he goes off the back foot. Good throw in. No runs this time. And this is mistimed, but clears square third man, and it runs down to the boundary for 4. Clears point, backward point, and goes down to the boundary for 4. Clearly mistimed. Didn't middle it, got the outside edge. But the runs, they keep coming. Monty's got to 38 of just 30. That gets his pad and runs down to find that it'll be a single. It's a good thing he didn't miss it for the bowling team, because otherwise it could have been a wide. outside the off, and Shrikant goes across the line, heaves it to mid-on, and that's a 4. Nice shot. The runs matter, not necessarily whether they were classical shots or not, and both these batsmen are doing a wonderful job. Their partnership is now worth, tell you in a moment. Their partnership is now worth exactly 60. First wicket fell at 14, 74 for 1, and it's come rather rapidly. Kamlesh back on. Monty waits for it and then punches it to next to cover, but straight to the fielder. There's no run. Looped up, outside the off, Monty goes for the big booming drive and misses it through to the keeper. You'll have to be patient. The run rate is great. There's no need to take risk. And that's through the fielder. But there is a sweeper there and he has it covered, so it's just one run. Shrikant is on strike and he's on 28 of 20. Short, wide, and they scramble a single, get there comfortably. Good understanding between these two. Don't think they've hesitated on any run so far. There haven't been those yes, yes, no, no's. Kamlesh flights it up and Monty goes straight down towards the side screen, but no power in that shot, so ends up chipping it down there for a single. Probably wasn't really going for the big one. It's played down to square third man, comfortable single. So at the end of 11 overs, it's 78 for 1. No one has yet hit a 6 in this match, I believe. Yes, that's correct. There have been no 6s yet. think there were a couple in the previous match. Yeah, I'm told. Yes, there were indeed 2 sixes hit in the previous match, the first match. You might see them soon, I guess. Because these two are batting extremely confidently, and that has prompted a bowling change. So Amir is coming on from the other end, setting his field. He was a little more enthusiastic than should be because he was about to walk on the pitch. The umpire said, "Okay, be careful." So he tracked back and setting his field now. Here's the first ball, outside off, and goes straight through. Short, late to long off. Oh, they're going through for the second. One for the throw, kind of a run. So with the match situation, I suppose Supremes are really desperately looking for a wicket. They have to break this partnership. And the Knights will be hoping this goes on. Is that Monty this time, or is it Satya? That we are looking at a possible short run. No, I think he's okay. I think he's okay. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah, the umpire confirms it's fine. It wasn't a short run. And this is heaved to the onside, beats mid-on, wideish mid-on, and that's through for 4. Sweeper can't get there in time. So as things stand now, it looks as if the Knights are the favored team. And here is Shrikant with a slog sweep, but this time only for a single. So it looks like the Knights are the favored team here in terms of how they have progressed since the fall of the first wicket, but it's a very funny game. So we shall see, because 1 or 2 wickets here can change things. Ahmed looping the ball up, but Monty goes through with his bat swing, clean swing, and that's 4 again. Right now it's looking a little too easy. Ahmed this time bowling a block hold type delivery, and that's the end of his over. A little expensive, 11 off it. At 89 for 1 off 12, you have to say knights are in a very commanding position. So we have a new bowler, I believe. Played down for a single. Syed Hussain. Bowling wicket to wicket, and that's played to the leg side for no runs. And I would say this is the first time that today that Monty's looked a little uncomfortable, and everyone has a bogey bowler, a bogey type of bowler, and maybe this is the one for Monty. We shall see. He's on 46 of 40. That's what I mean, because he's a look he's looked a little more careful against Syed than he has against the other bowlers. He's looked at ease, and he's hit through the line. Nice, easy bat swing. He just looked a little diffident against Syed. Some field adjustments. And he gets it through the ring on the offside down to long off, but just a single. That's the end of a pretty good over in the overall scheme of things, considering the run rate at which the Knights are going. To give 4 runs in your first over is a job well done. And for those who may not be aware, this tournament has a league structure in terms of teams playing each other. There is no semi-final, final as such, and therefore um, run rate could become an important factor at some point. And so, going at this kind of a run rate as the Knights are doing right now could be a very important, could have a very significant outcome for them in later stages of the tournament. As a reminder, there are 2 games tomorrow and 2 games on each day except Tuesday, which has no games scheduled. This one is played down to point and no runs. Amir needs to settle down to his line and length. Good ball once again, but tickled down the leg side. Was it a bye? Was it a leg bye? We shall see. Leg bye. Yep. Got his back leg. Amir flights it. Takes one hand off as he goes with the swing, and that's a single. Tweaks to the fielding, and Amir is all set. He's flighted, goes to mid-wicket, single. And that's it. Well flighted. Monty being careful. Looks like Monty, that's a terrific shot. Goes through the bowler. Wasn't a catch. And bounced at least twice before it passed the bowler. But it was hit so hard that it went through his hands and to the side screen for 4, which also brings up Monty's 50. So well played, a terrific knock. Off just 47 balls. Wonderful. Monty getting a break. It's an interesting way to acknowledge the crowd, and does he have some cramps now? He's played seriously well. Like I said, until the previous over against Syed, where he looked a little diffident, he's looked extremely comfortable, batted very confidently, and that's a 76-run partnership for the second wicket. Lots of balls to play, just 117 required to win. And sometimes in these games it comes down to your stamina and whether you can sustain that intensity and keep generating the power you need for your strokes, because as you progress the innings, obviously you are going to look to hit more boundaries because you're set, and also because your body starts to tire. So at that point, you don't want to run as many twos and threes if you can, and uh, so it'll be interesting to see how they power through the next few overs, because one of the things we saw happen uh, in in the Supremes innings was at one point they started to tire a little bit, and Ahmad um, in particular batted long, and when you get to that point where you're starting to tire, it shows in terms of not being able to find the boundary very easily. And remember that there isn't much pace on offer, and you're mostly playing spin to slow medium type of bowling, and so you have to generate your pace. And as you progress in your innings, and you've been there for an hour or hour and a half or 2 hours, it does get very difficult. What will help them, of course, is the temperature right now. It's a lot cooler than it was when they started this match. Well, it's all relative because you've been tired. So we're back now after the break, and Syed first ball for no runs. And Shrikant pulls it, but probably not very intended it to go. Ends up more mid-on rather than squarish. Gets no runs. It's outside the off and played to point. Shrikant drives it through extra cover. Will be cut off, but it's 2 runs. And we've seen some interesting changes after the drinks breaks in the previous innings. In the first one, the run rate and the momentum shifted. The Supremes got much more aggressive after the first drinks break, and And that was, I think, the best part of their innings. And the opposite happened after the second break when they started to slow down. Hit to the leg side. Drop catch. Amir continues. Overall, that was good bowling, good batting, as well as good fielding. Ball went quickly to the fielder, and fielder did well and got it back well. And that's flicked through the leg side. Let's see who is going to win this battle. Yes! The ball wins in the end. It was close. Monty had enough on it for it to get to the boundary. He's up to 56. Down the leg side, and it'll be one wide. Monty's on strike. Flighted. Monty goes straight down the ground. Long on cleans up. Amir goes again. This time it's dapped to short third for a single. It's a wonderful shot. Monty got time and space, but he still had to place the ball to perfection. Almost no one moved there through the infield. I think Longoff started to think about it, but it was really way out of reach for him. Wonderful shot. 107 for 1 in just 15 overs. And 9 now. This is a full toss, and he still goes safely to long off, doesn't miscue it, hits it through the line to long off. So almost the same number of runs required as they have now to win. The required run rate is well under 5. So everything is under control for the Knights. And if the Supremes have to come out supreme on this, they need wickets and need them right now. 1, maybe 2, but they need to get one of these 2 quickly. It's a good ball. Monty backs away to generate the power and the room and hits it to the man on the edge of the circle in the covers. So the new bowler is, I believe, Masroor. It's like a drop catch right there. White ball. Well, they got one chance and they put it down, so catches win matches, always. And that should have been taken. Let's play it to square leg for a single. And really, the running has been extremely impressive. They've been on the ground for Monty since the start of the innings, and Shrikant Satya now for at least an hour, and that's given. So they finally have a wicket after a 102-run partnership. Flighted, Monty goes across the line, misses it, and that would have hit leg, if not middle and leg. They finally have a wicket. So a 103-run partnership, possibly the biggest partnership of today. I'm thinking both the matches. And No, I think the Legends had a larger partnership for the opening wicket, so Stan corrected there. But this has been a wonderful partnership. The Supremes needed a wicket. They finally got it, and they need to now tighten the screws. They have a new batsman to bowl to, and they finally have two right-handers to bowl to. So hopefully that should work out a little bit better for them. And Imran plays it, tries to play it, and misses. So I had mentioned a little while ago that the only bowler that Monty has looked a little uncomfortable with was Syed Hussain, and it's interesting that he's the one who got his wicket in the end. Otherwise, he's looked extremely comfortable and confident against everybody else. New bowler from this end now. Deepak. Hmm, that's a costly lose now. The wide and 2 runs. That's nudged to square leg, almost fine leg. See if they can come back for two. No, they decide against it. It's just a single. Takes Shrikant to 43. Imran on strike now. Nudge to point. Comfortable single. That's wide outside the off. Square drive should be four. It stopped. Possibly stopped. Just inside the line. Saved at least 1 run. We shall see if there's a review. Yep, it was stopped. This one is just played beyond the reach of the bowler. Goes through Long off runs around to clean it up. Supremes need to take control or at least apply some sort of a squeeze. Srikanth is starting to play so well that he's not allowing it. That's two. Which takes him to 49. Still running the twos well enough. And that's credit to his fitness. This one, he gets it through the leg side and it's going to be four. Yes, it is. Wonderful 50 for Srikanth Satya. Yes, that ball was asking to be hit, but it still needed to be hit. And flicked it through backward square very nicely, elegantly for four. So the Knights are marching on. Nudge to the offside and no runs there. Flighted outside the off. Square driven. Will that get to the boundary? Yes, it does. One of those teasers where the fielder has to chase it till the end. Well played. Flighted this one outside leg and bowler did appeal, but clearly missing leg. Pitching outside and going further down. This one is short, waiting for it to be hit, and it is hit for a single. Leg side, two leg side-ish. It's a wide. $138 for two. And this is dapped to short third. Comfortable single. And when a new batsman is running to the danger end, it's obviously fresh legs and all of that. There's even a lower chance that you're going to get a run out there. Flighted, Imran drives through the covers, but straight to a fielder. Srikanth is still hitting the ball quite cleanly and with power. We probably have a bowling change now. Captain Bharat Patel, left arm. Here he comes. Outside the off stump. Srikanth misses and the keeper collects. Is that a bye? Not sure, it's a wide. It's 2 runs. So I'm not sure why Bharat hasn't bowled before this, because his quickish action and the pace at which he's bowling may make things difficult. Oh no. Now this is the loopy ball that everybody else has been bowling at, but maybe a good idea for Bharat to bowl like he did in the first two balls, flatter, quicker. Felt like there was something different. That'll do, but into the covers for a single. Bharat loses his line a little bit, but it's not called a wide. Fifth, sixth stump line again, but this time it's a single. Decent over so far. Let's see how he can finish it. Tickle down the leg side. Is that bat or pad? It is bat, so 1-2 Srikanth, and he goes up to 55. It's 145 for 2 in 20. Just one more run. Singles are coming too easily right now for the Knights. Shrikant may have taken it too easy there. Looks like he may not have grounded his. That looks out. No, it is not. Probably missing leg. So the previous run out replay, Shrikant was a little careless. Here it is, yeah, missing leg. Shrikant goes this time, and that's four. Wonderful shot. Shrikant is just hitting them wherever he wants now. This one is a wide of mid on, long on. And I think he's doing the right thing because when you reach the stage of the innings, you want to run as little as you possibly can, but add as many runs as you possibly can. And the only way to do this is to go for fours and sixes. I think the non-striker had his bat grounded even if the ball had gone on to hit the stumps there. It's exactly 9:45 Central Time. And those of you who are still watching this telecast, and some of you possibly on the East Coast, probably past your bedtime, and I hope you're still enjoying the telecast, enjoying the wonderful camera work. I can tell you it's even better to see it live at the stadium. So those who are in DFW, tomorrow would be a good day to come and watch it live at the stadium. Imran is on 10 of 13. That's well bowled by Bharat. Good variation. Block hole delivery. I really wish he bowled his flatter, faster ones more often. Feels like they'd be very effective on this wicket and right now in this match situation. And Imran goes square, clears the fielder, and that's a boundary. Short, Imran had plenty of time to line up his pull shot and timed it extremely well. Supremes are thinking about where the next wicket will come from. Because right now, the batsmen are not making mistakes. So you as a bowling unit, you have to do something different. This is fairly risk-free cricket. Save is back. Shrikant has this habit of walking away behind the keeper just to get himself together and get ready for the next ball. This one strokes it through, doesn't pierce the 30-yard circle. He had timed it well, so there wasn't a chance for single. Just leg side-ish. And he heaves it. That'll be a boundary. Half sweep, half pull. More of a sweep, but got him the 4 runs he wanted. This is flighted, made into a full toss, driven, and that's 4. Too easy right now. This is too easy right now. Shrikant just hitting it wherever he wishes. Supremes need wickets. Another looped up delivery. This time Satya goes straight down the ground for a single. So like I said, it's not as if the Knights have had to take risks and do all sorts of unusual things to get to a run rate of 7.5. They played fairly risk-free cricket like this. Matched that ball and ran. And whether it is Shrikant Satya now or Monty earlier, they didn't really have to take any risks either. 146 required in 102. Run rate required has gone under 3 and over. So, in theory, they can just do it off singles, but like I mentioned, the team run rate could become a factor, and therefore the net run rate could become a factor, and therefore it'll be important for the Knights to get over the line as quickly as possible. It's at least a single. And that's a nice looking drive. Satya goes down the ground to long off, gets a single. That's short. Imran punches it, but not able to place it well enough straight to the fielder. Better from Bharat. Plays football a little bit, but there was a single anyway in it, so no harm done. It's lighted. Shrikant goes almost inside out, but over extra cover, gets it to wide, long off, and long off comes in to clean it up. It's 2 runs. It's a lovely shot, not easy to play. A little more inside out, and he would have got 4 there. It's a lovely shot, nevertheless. $177 for 2 in 24. You have to say the Knights are cruising right now, and if there was a win whiz, it would probably be somewhere like 85-15 or even 90-10. But anything can happen in cricket, and Supremes will have to do something different. Sail is going round the wicket for the first time, so that's interesting. Let's see if it confuses the batsman or makes them do something out of character. Imran nudges that to square leg for a single. Brings Shrikant back on strike. I'm going to check if Shrikant does that routine of walking behind the keeper after every ball or once in a way. And he's got it through. Looks like a boundary there for Srikanth. Backward square. Leg side delivery. Srikanth swings and gets it beyond the backward square fielder. So it wasn't a fine leg, somewhere between a square leg and a fine leg. Yes, so it's 2-2. Srikanth does this routine after every ball of going past the keeper, collecting his thoughts, and then he comes back on to take strike. Missed out this time. Similar ball. Srikanth is back doing his routine. Pitched outside leg, so he was not in any danger of being given out. That's a full toss. Gets it through, and it's a 4. Full toss, and Srikanth, in his current form, and with 81 runs now behind him, not going to miss out on those. It's been a wonderful knock, not just from a skill perspective, but also reading the match situation and, of course, the stamina to bat for that long, keep generating the power you need on your strokes. All of that been very impressive. That's the end of that over. 188 for 2. Just 30 now required. And lots of overs to bowl. So they are going along extremely well. Bharat Patel. And that's hammered through the covers. And that's 4. Slightly short, not such a bad ball, but it was wide enough for Imran to swing his arms, get enough room. It's a wonderful shot to play. This time, Imran tries to pierce point, doesn't succeed. So I've been watching Srikanth Satya, and it's interesting that at the non-striker end, he holds his bat in his right hand, not left hand as is typically done. Just a habit, I guess, and certainly his batting quality is not missing out on runs because of that. Wide outside off stump, he goes for it and will get a single. Lofted shot. He has 100 in sight, so If that's motivation, he needs to take it a little easy, go back to the risk-free cricket, which he's played right through this innings. I believe he's already the highest scorer in this tournament so far. And Bharat serves up a full toss, which Imran is only able to get a single off, unfortunately. $195 for two in 26. Batsman getting a quick water break. And the umpire walking up to say, guys, we have a drinks break coming up soon, so that's enough. Let's get on with it. It's late. And they are ready. It's probably Ahmad Chaudhary coming in now. Let's see if that changes the fortunes for the Supremes. And we've got some good runs when they were batting. And that's too short and through to the sweeper cover. Shrikant set the crease now after doing his routine of walking behind the keeper and coming back. Sure, but hits it back to the bowler. Wide outside off, short, and Shrikant goes for the square cut and misses. This time, strokes that to long on. Just a single though. Shrikant wanted a second, which was possibly be in there, but they decide not to go for it. This time Imran dabs it to point and they run a quick single. It's 197 for two. Coming on 200 soon. He's down the leg side, so it's a leg by. Oh, looks like he played it. So earlier, I was talking about, you know, is it is it going to be different under lights? The ball probably swung a little bit, for sure. Was it was it very different? I'm not sure. Um, for the batting team, and there weren't enough high catches to make a judgment on what it's like under lights to field and take catches. Um, Certainly did not see any evidence of dew, and so overall, this is the match situation. The Knights need just 19 from lots of balls to win this match. We'll be back with you as soon as this break is over. We're ready to get started again. After that quick drinks break. Looks like we have a bowling change. Srikanth on 90 in sight of his century, and Imran is on 26. He got there quite quickly and quite unobtrusively. That is very, very wide ball. Signaled as a no ball, which means it's a free hit. That one is looped up, and Srikanth is cursing himself for missing out on it. It was wide off the leg stump. If he had let it go, it would have been a wide. Adrenaline pumping, I'm sure. He feels the pressure of being at 90. This is looped up outside the off stump, but just within the margin of error. This time he goes towards point. That's one run. Imran is on strike now. That's a no ball again. Completely lost direction. Free hit. Srikanth goes to cow corner. Sweeper cleans it up. It's a single. So Shirish completes his over. Interesting one. It was bookended by two no balls, but in the end, 6 runs is not such a bad outcome. Family and friends watching the game. Everybody enjoying a nice evening now. It's cooled down quite a bit. Ahmad is back on. Srikanth is on 92. Needs to keep his head down and get his century. Not this way. Plays it to mid-wicket and captain collects. And that's a lucky escape for Shrikant. Satya mistimed it completely, fell just out of reach of short third. Imran is probably telling him, "What are you doing, man? Just take it easy. You don't have to do this. Get your century." That risk was quite unnecessary. Shrikant is now one strike away. And there you go. Whatever Imran said to him had an impact because he's played that seriously to cover and played it in the classical fashion. Ahmed is back on. Once again, wicket to wicket, and they take the single. Shrikant goes to 97, I believe. Imran won't want to hit a six now. He doesn't. That's what batting in partnerships is all about. So Shrikant has the strike, 7 runs to win, and just 3 required for a century. Let's see if they do it in, if they deal in boundaries or do it in singles or twos. I think the Knights winning here is now a foregone conclusion. It's a question of will Shrikant get his century and will he do it in style, hit a boundary or even a six. Six will do it. Well, no, they need 7 more. It's a wide. That won't help Shrikant. Helps the team though, helps the Knights, gets them a run closer. 6 to win. That was pretty close. I would like to see the replay. Okay, missing leg, but there you go. He's got the full shot, but he's only going to get 2. No, just a single. In the end, they decided not to go for the second. It would be a shame if Shrikant were to do something silly at this point. I would hope keeps his cool and gets his century. Imran is playing his partner role extremely well here. He'll probably play out this over. There you go. Batting is all about partnerships, and Imran is showing that. All he has to do is stay there, It's a wide. Stay there and make sure Srikanth has the strike to the first ball of the next over. The last thing you want to do is Imran taking a run off the last ball of this over. May have been a single there, but Imran not interested. And Srikanth has a big smile on his face at the other end. Defensive again. So Srikanth has the strike. I'm sure the two batsmen are going to have a nice laugh about it. Could have possibly finished the match right there, but milestone like a century in this tournament or any form of cricket is a milestone, huge milestone, and I think the keeper is also the Supreme's keeper is telling him, take it easy. So Srikanth collects his thoughts, settles down. Ahmad Chaudhary is back on. Srikanth pulls. Is that it? Yes, it is. That's his century, and that's the night's win. Wonderful, wonderful outcome. 2-1 for Srikanth. Wonderful win for the Knights. Really hammered it to mid-wicket. Timed it beautifully. Not sure what they're waiting for. What are they waiting for? Okay, so they are walking off finally. So we'll show you a recap of the match, summary of the match soon. Srikanth getting congratulations from the Supreme's fielders, and his team has walked onto the ground to congratulate him, and some of the spectators who are the paparazzi at the moment. And some players who played the previous game still there. So it's wonderful sportsmanship. So the Knights got there in just 30.1 over. Srikanth Satya got his century. Wonderful, wonderful performance from him. Monty also played extremely well for his 63. They put on a wonderful partnership for the second wicket. And then Imran got a quick and very sensible 29 to play great foil to Srikanth. They make it comfortably. So this is the bowling card. Not enough magic today. they'll come back stronger the next time. And that concludes our telecast. This is a quick look at Shrikant Satya's knock. You will see power as well as timing and finesse. We saw all that, and congratulations for a wonderful innings. That's the winning run. So we'll be back on tomorrow morning for the third match of the tournament, and followed by another game tomorrow afternoon, and same on Monday. So thank you for watching this telecast. We hope you enjoyed it. We thank our sponsors for supporting us, and of course, personally, I'd like to thank the telecast team for doing such a fantastic job. Great camera work following the ball, not easy to do with a limited set of cameras. It's wonderful. Hope you enjoyed it, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Bye bye.